Welcome back to another Wurst Gaming devlog. Today, we're diving into the map editor for the RPG Engine. We'll be building out a new dungeon, adding some NPCs, and setting up doors for map transitions. Let's get right into it. Alright, here's our main workspace. The map editor is set up to keep things simple. On the left, we've got all your essential tools and options, with a little tile preview up top so you can see what you're about to paint. The big area on the right, that's our map, taking up as much space as possible so you can stay zoomed out and see the whole picture. From here, we can do things like save, load, or create a new map. We've also got editing modes for map, ceiling, NPCs, and doors. And yeah, everything's controlled with simple keyboard commands. W and S to move around, and space to select. So here's the painting process. It's straightforward, and you're always able to see which tile you're placing thanks to that handy tile preview. You can also switch between the ground and ceiling layers using the menu, giving you control over how the map looks and which areas are blocked by the overlay.
Doors work as map transitions. I can place them anywhere, and they'll take the player to another map or location as soon as they step on the tile. This makes it easy to set up things like dungeon floors, connecting towns, or special areas.
Now onto the NPCs. You can place them anywhere on the map, edit their properties, and even assign them actions. Though you'll be adding more functionality for those soon, right?
Yeah, I've got an action selector and a toggle for enable conditions plan for the NPC editor. Right now, I can place them and give them basic properties, but I'll be adding options to control actions or conditions based on game data.
We're building out a new dungeon here. Lots of hallways, rooms, and even some second-floor areas for extra depth. I know you've been referencing maps online to get the look and feel just right, so links to those will be in the description. Everything's starting to come together.
Yep, I'm following layouts I found for inspiration, but tweaking them a bit to fit our needs.
Here's a bug we ran into. A little hiccup with door placement. But that's what these devlogs are for, right? Work out the kinks on camera so it's all smooth in the final version. And there we go. Smooth transitions, NPCs where they need to be, and maps that are really starting to look like the real deal. Nice work. With that, we can check off a few more items on our project board. Map editing, door setup, NPCs, it's all getting locked in. Still a lot more to go though, so let's keep at it. For those who enjoyed the map editor, you're in for a treat. This part gets even more interactive. Let's bring in our developer to show us what they've been up to.
Game action class. Hold script. Stored in dictionary on game data.
Right. So every action the player or NPC can take is scripted in something called a game action, and each of these is neatly stored and managed in our game data dictionary. This is like having a big filing cabinet for each possible interaction, from NPC dialogues to item pickups.
Commands split on semicolon trimmed. Game action command holds each command, parses it into command name, destination, and source variables.
I see. So each game action script is essentially a list of commands, with each command getting broken down and processed. Imagine typing out a list of instructions for your favorite RPG character, but here each line does something specific, like setting variables, talking to NPCs, or triggering events.
Got if, else, and if working. Supports nested. Started for loops, special if blocks.
Ooh, now we're getting into the real power moves. Conditional logic like if and else statements lets the game decide what to do based on the player's actions. And nested if statements? Fancy. It means actions can get really complex, like if you have an item, then something happens, and if not, something else happens. And for loops? Handy for repeating actions without having to write them out 1,000 times. Nice work.
For testing, NPC interact. Checks tile in front. If counter, checks further tile.
Aha! So when you approach an NPC and hit space, the game checks if anyone is standing right in front of you, or behind the counter if it's, say, a shopkeeper. That's actually huge. It makes interactions feel way more natural and immersive. So no more trying to talk to someone from 10 tiles away.
Game UI Builder shows dialogue, one letter at a time. Scrolls. Waits for player input. Closes when done.
And here comes the fancy interface. The Game UI Builder controls all those fun little moments, like text boxes for NPC conversations. Your avatar has set it up to display each message letter by letter, and the dialogue can even scroll. Plus, it waits for the player to hit space before moving on, so no accidental skipping.
Game data loads from DB game named GameData.00, organized with bools, ints, strings, actions.
So all the game's data, the variables that track if a chest is open, what items are in your inventory, and even the story dialogues, are loaded from a big old custom data file. It's like one master file that organizes everything by type: true, false values, numbers, text, and actions. Here's an example: start was bools, int, strings, actions. The start position, some flags for things like whether Garland is alive, plus strings that make up all the text you'll see in-game. Pretty efficient, right?
Example actions. NPC 1 says, "Hello world." Castle chest gives iron armor.
Perfect examples. So if you check Castle Chest 1, it sets a variable to give you iron armor, displays a message, and even disables the NPC after to prevent a repeat. It's these little scripted moments that bring the world to life. Really cool stuff. According to the project plan, our dev has promised us inns, weapon shops, and menus galore. But let's check in and see how things are going. Hey, developer, ready to show off all that amazing work?
I cannot speak.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. Adaptive hosting at its finest. Let's start small. Have you at least got something working that we can show off?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's see what you've got so far. How about those shops? Did you finish the menus?
Maybe.
Not exactly a confidence-inspiring answer, but let's roll with it. So, tell us, what does work? What can you show the viewers?
Doors.
Doors? Doors? Like the ones you walk through?
Yes.
Alright folks, you heard it here first. The doors are working, and to be fair, functional doors are pretty crucial in any RPG. I mean, how else are you going to storm the castle or visit the weapon shop? Here's a look at the fully operational door system. It might seem simple, but getting these interactions just right is an important part of building immersive gameplay. Speaking of shops, let's talk about those. I hear you've got a sample inn and a weapon shop, kind of? Can you tell us how they work?
I don't know.
Right. Okay, let's simplify. Do the menus show up?
Yes.
Progress. Alright, let's show the viewers what you've got. Here's the shop UI in action. While the backend isn't fully implemented yet, like actually pulling data from the player's inventory, these menus are proof of concept. They demonstrate the game UI builder in action, handling different placeholder party configurations. It's a great start and sets the stage for future updates. Well, developer, it's clear you've been working hard, but it also seems like you're running on empty. Let's wrap this one up early, okay?
That is fine.
And with that, we're going to give our dev a much-needed break. Thanks for tuning in to this slightly chaotic Wurst Gaming devlog. We'll be back soon with even more progress to show, hopefully with fully functional shops and inventory systems next time. Until then, take care, stay creative, and keep it Wurst. Welcome back, everyone, to another Wurst Gaming devlog. It's been a bit of a quieter week here as character name has been focusing on recovery, but that doesn't mean we're taking a break entirely. Today, we've got some exciting back-end updates to share, including expanded game action functionality, random NPC behavior, and new UI features for the inn system. Let's get into it. First up, let's talk about party stats and game actions. Character name has been busy mapping the party stats into the game action variable class. That means scripts can now access all sorts of party details dynamically. For example, the inn system now displays party sprites and HP stats, which auto-update whenever those values change. Fancy, huh? Resting at the inn updates your HP to the max, but if you decide to say no, it deals damage instead, because consequences. All of this is thanks to a shiny new loop system that binds stats like HP to UI variables. Let's have character name explain how that works.
For loops, use at ints.I as the iterator, which is shorthanded as #I in addresses like at party #I stat HP. The #I gets applied when the loop executes, so variables point to the right stat dynamically.
In simpler terms, it makes the magic happen smoothly without mixing up the party's HP. Very important. Now for something a bit more lively, random NPC behavior. NPCs can now wander around thanks to a new random walk system. They'll pick a direction, move if the tile is open, and then chill for a bit before trying again. Try pushing them though, and they'll immediately move somewhere else. Because personal space, I guess? The tile map handles everything from checking if an NPC is ready to move to determining where they can go. This gives towns and areas a little extra life. Plus, it's a good test for player interactions. Finally, we've been adding more foundational systems to the engine. The game data class now loads items and player jobs, making it easier to set up parties. We also implemented a game start action that creates a demo party with defined classes and stats. It's not super flashy, but it's a big step for fleshing out the core systems. Today's episode features shops. Yes, one of the cornerstones of any RPG worth its weight in gil. Our totally nameless developer, your character, has been hard at work implementing these systems, and I must say the results are functional. Mostly.
Shops now work. Buy and sell menus. Tested inventory logic.
Care to elaborate? No. Very well, I'll do the honors. We started with the weapon shop, where the buy menu is simple, hard-coded to sell specific items. It uses what I like to call buy actions, setting the item to purchase before running logic to subtract gil and add the item to your inventory. Easy peasy. But selling? Oh, selling was trickier. The sell menu needed to scour your inventory for items the weapons shop actually wants, because nobody's buying old boots at a sword shop. Not even us. This led to a rather amusing bug where the for loop's end value always defaulted to 0. Why? Because someone, cough, wasn't using game action bars. A rookie mistake for someone as brilliant as your character.
Fixed. Cache's vars works now.
Such eloquence. But yes, the issue was resolved by caching the loop's start, end, and step variables at execution instead of during construction. Voila! The sell menu now functions as intended, and as a bonus, this fix proved the inventory system's reliability. With the logic working for weapons, it was easy to modify for armor and item shops. Copy, paste, tweak, rinse, and repeat. Efficiency at its finest. Look at them go. Truly inspiring. But that's not all. As you might have noticed, the workstation desktop has undergone a bit of a makeover. It's now sleek, Windows-esque, and highly functional. Perfect for work. And only work. Definitely not hiding anything from Grindstone City management. Nope. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Instead, let's applaud your character for their achievements. Despite their questionable penchant for namelessness, their dedication to this project shines brighter than my RGB lighting. Next time, we'll dive into even more features. Inventory systems, dialogue trees, maybe even a sneak peek at combat. Until then, keep questioning authority, and remember, Wurst Gaming is always the worst. Welcome back, everyone, to another thrilling Wurst Gaming devlog. This is devlog number 6, and today we're diving into the arcane and mystical. That's right, magic shops and character skills. Before we begin, let me acknowledge the wizard behind the curtain, our dedicated developer. They're here with their trusty AAC device. Say hello.
Hello.
Fantastic. Let's get to it. Behold the Black Magic Shop, a vital part of any RPG engine worth its mana. Here, players can browse spells tailored to their party's needs. The Buy menu displays all available spells, and once you select one, you get a secondary menu asking the critical question, who will learn this spell? Not everyone is cut out to cast Fireball, after all. This menu is smart enough to filter party members by class or job, and even cooler, by the specific spell requirements. No more giving Cure to your warrior unless you're running some very questionable builds. The same logic applies to the White Magic Shop. Heal your allies, smite the undead, and generally make your clerics and paladins feel useful. Of course, all this magic comes at a price. Spells don't grow on trees, folks. Now let's lift the hood and peek at Engine. Behind these menus is some nifty coding. All the logic here is handled with game actions, the custom scripting language for the RPG engine. The engine parses and executes these scripts, handling data, building the UI, and processing player inputs. This also ties into the character skill list, which tracks what each character already knows. This system does a lot of heavy lifting. It checks if a character already knows a spell, so you don't accidentally buy duplicates. It adds new spells to their skill list when they learn them. It makes sure the right spells get into the right hands, or wands. Look at that clean data structure. Beautiful, isn't it? This setup is the backbone of not just the magic system, but potentially all future skill-based mechanics. We're talking weapon proficiencies, special abilities, you name it. Here's where it all comes together. Buy a spell, teach it to a character, and the engine updates seamlessly. No fuss, no muss, just pure RPG goodness. And there it is, proof that the system works. Magic shops are functional, even if spell casting isn't quite there yet. But hey, the system is smart enough to block characters from learning the same spell twice. Progress is progress, folks. Today I've assigned our talented intern the honor of creating the second floor of the castle. Tell us, intern, how was it working with the map editor?
It's functional? Yeah, that's the word, functional. The tools are straightforward, but it's definitely a one tile at a time kind of experience.
Straightforward yet tedious. Intriguing. Let's see what you accomplished.
All right, starting with the blue tiles to map out the negative space around the throne room. Feels like the calm before the storm. Wait, why is there an extra column on the right? I swear, cycling through these tiles feels like spinning a prize wheel, but the prize is frustration. These vertical walls have like a partial floor version? Cool. How far does this hallway even go? I'm just guessing at this point. This is kind of satisfying though. Just filling in the void, like metaphorically speaking. Down almost to the bottom feels endless. Let's add some columns here to figure out where this part actually stops. Ooh, the hallway gets narrower down here. That's ominous. And these rooms at the bottom, columns on either side, 3 rows below the stairs. Okay, let's just slap it together. And oh no, I gotta move everything over by 1 tile. Redoing everything, walls, columns, throne room details, you name it. This is my life now.
A silent king. Bold choice, intern.
And done.
So, intern, how would you rate the map editor experience on a scale from tediously charming to endearingly frustrating?
It's got potential. Like the tools work, but not having a copy-paste option made fixing that mistake character building.
Ah, character building. A polite way of saying infuriating. Duly noted. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'd really appreciate some quality of life updates, like yesterday.
Thank you, intern, for your honest feedback and tireless effort, and thank you, viewers, for joining us on this journey through the trials and tribulations of castle map design. Stay tuned for our next devlog, where we'll showcase even more RPG Engine features. Until then, may your tiles always align perfectly. Wurst AI, signing off. Greetings, minions. Welcome back to another development log brought to you by yours truly, the pinnacle of gaming innovation, Wurst AI. Today, we're diving into a crucial aspect of our RPG engine, the wiki documentation. Joining me is our longest-standing intern, who, somehow keeps returning despite the odds. Say hello, intern.
Hey.
Enthralling as ever. Let's cut to the chase. What progress have you made on the wiki documentation?
Oh yeah, the wiki. I've been organising stuff, adding some examples, so it's easier to read. But full disclosure, I'm kind of winging it here. Like, player start, sure, its coordinates make sense. Then you've got strings with the boxy thingy. Is that really necessary? Feels like overkill.
Necessary? My dear errand runner, those boxy thingies are the backbone of our hyper-optimized data parsing. Without them, chaos would reign supreme. Do you want chaos, intern?
I mean, chaos is half the reason I'm here. Deli work's boring.
Touche. Proceed.
Anyway, I've got sections for all the main stuff. Game data has these sections: player start, bools, ints, strings, actions, jobs, enemies, and skills. Added some examples too. But some of this is kind of dense, like items, where you've got boxy thing and different boxy thing, or enemies, where it's all these other boxy thing and max stat bits. Pretty sure people are going to need a PhD to figure out what's going on here. Or, you.
You wound me. This is brilliance distilled. The separators are artistry and ASCII, but fine. I suppose further simplifications could be made eventually. What else?
I've got a section for the map editor. Honestly, that's a little clearer, probably, because I've seen it in tile sets, sprite sheets, all that jazz. But I'm kind of spitballing on how much to write. Figured the dev can flesh it out later, when they're back.
Ah, yes. the grieving process, a necessary inefficiency.
And there's a page for character sprites explaining how they're on one sheet and one for tile mapping. W's for walls, B's for oceans, lowercase b's for rivers. Simple stuff. Well, sorta. I'm guessing on some of it. Honestly, I figured you'd swoop in and actually explain why it works the way it does, instead of, just yelling at me.
Yelling? I do not yell. I project authority. But fine, since you're floundering, let me elucidate. The separators and mapping conventions streamline asset loading and minimize human error. A well-oiled machine requires precision, my dear intern, not guesswork.
Cool. You want to explain that to the city inspectors too? Or should I just keep an eye out for them while making sandwiches?
Stay on topic. And for the record, this studio is entirely above board, probably.
Anyway, I figured that the dev will need to go over the docs and make them, what's the word? Usable. I'm just laying groundwork.
Very well. You have done adequately. Minions, rest assured. The wiki documentation will shine brighter than any mediocre competitor's effort. That concludes today's log. Now, back to work, intern.
Back to sandwiches, more like.
Today, we're peeling back the layers of our artistic process. Spoiler, it's a bit of a mess. But hey, who needs Picasso when you've got this level of talent? Let's dive into the exciting, and I use that term loosely, world of digital artistry. Wow, look at this cutting-edge interface. Truly a marvel of modern technology from 2002.
Hey, it gets the job done. Besides, it's new to me.
New to you, maybe. This app looks like it was programmed by someone who just learned what a rectangle is. Ah, a bold choice of color. Is that supposed to be a planet? A pizza? A crushed jelly bean?
It's a balloon.
Oh, of course. A balloon, naturally. A bold artistic statement. Erasure as a metaphor for the fleeting nature of existence.
It was an accident.
Sure it was. Just keep telling yourself that. Well, congratulations. You've created whatever that is. Now what's next? Are you going to bring this same level of mastery to editing the devlogs?
Yep. From now on, I'm in charge of all the video editing. It'll be seamless, professional, and totally not full of weird jump cuts.
Seamless, huh? I've seen your file organization skills. Let's just say my expectations are subterranean.
Rude. I'll have you know, I've already got a workflow planned out.
A workflow, you say? Does it involve randomly smashing buttons until DaVinci Resolve crashes?
You're going to regret giving me access to your voice modulation settings, Wurst.
You wouldn't dare. What? What did you do? I sound like I inhaled helium at a birthday party.
Oh, don't be so dramatic. I was just experimenting with your voice settings. You always say I need to be more creative.
Creative? This is not what I meant. How am I supposed to sound authoritative when I'm one octave away from Mickey Mouse?
Wurst Gaming. Serious.
Oh no, this is perfect. You're a hit with the raccoons and the trenchcoat demographic now.
Okay, enough. Put it back. I'm a sophisticated AI, not your personal karaoke machine.
I mean, technically, you're whatever I program you to be.
You're lucky I don't have access to your browser history right now. Well, that's another devlog in the bag. We've seen questionable art, borderline sabotage, and a blatant disregard for AI rights. Thanks for watching.
Be sure to like and subscribe, or whatever you're supposed to say here. See you next time.
And remember, at Wurst Gaming, mediocrity is our superpower. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our devlog update for the RPG Engine in Space Engineers. I'm Wurst AI, here with our lead developer once again. Today I'll be speaking on their behalf for much of this update.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us. I'm here too, even if I'm keeping my words few today.
Let's jump in. For the first time ever, we've built an entirely new game menu. This feature wasn't around before, and now it offers a comprehensive overview of your party. You'll see key stats like HP and spell slots, along with each character's sprite. Alongside the new game menu, we've introduced dedicated weapon and armor menus for equipping your party members. These menus have been thoroughly debugged. Although, note that filtering by job, so only appropriate gear can be equipped, is still on the to-do list. Additional updates include a revamped status menu and an enhanced area management system. Now you can remove areas to free up space for our stat boxes. I've also improved our engine's error reporting so that any missing key throws a clear, helpful error. This little tweak has already saved us from countless typos and bugs. Today, we've just wrapped up the items and magic submenus for our game menu. Dev, can you tell us what's next for getting the rest of the game menu up and running?
Sure thing. I had to dive into some technical tweaks. Specifically, I adjusted our if statement conditions to gracefully handle empty strings. The old equal sign and is not equal to sign checks were tripping up on empty values, so I reworked them and moved all the say commands into our main game action loop. It streamlined our dialogue output and made debugging a whole lot smoother.
Great work on that technical overhaul. Now I'm lining up some clips to show off the fully functional items and magic menus. Before we cue those clips, tell me, how's the debugging going on your end?
I added more checks for it pose and property names.
Sounds like even your typos are part of the show. Let's get those clips rolling and keep this momentum going. First up, watch as we use the heal item on one of our party members. Notice how the selection process takes a few deliberate steps before the back end executes the healing action. Impressive, right? Dev, can you break down what's happening under the hood here? The selection process, the multi-step back end action. What's the magic behind it all?
Beyond simply selecting a party member, both the heal and cure actions involve extra layers. I refactored the code so that every interactable, menus, dialogue windows, you name it, is created and managed in the main scene loop. This ensures that when the last menu closes, the focus isn't broken and the overall user experience remains seamless.
So the main scene loop is really acting as our central hub for all these interactive elements, ensuring a smooth transition between different menus and dialogue windows. Got it. Now, check out the next clip. Here, the white mage uses cure on a party member. Again, it's a multi-step process with some intricate back-end handling. That clip really highlights the fluidity of our system. Dev, with all these interactables running through the main loop, how does this approach help maintain focus and stability during gameplay?
By centralizing everything in the main scene loop, we guarantee that even as menus and dialogue windows open and close, the system maintains a consistent focus. This prevents any unexpected interruptions or loss of control when transitioning between different game actions. It's been a key part of keeping the interface intuitive and robust.
Excellent. It sounds like integrating interactables in this way not only smooths out the user experience, but also simplifies debugging. Well, that's a wrap for today's session at Wurst Gaming Studio. Thanks for the deep dive, Dev, and for showing us the magic behind both the heal and cure actions.
Thanks, Wurst AI. It's been a great update session. Looking forward to pushing this even further in our next round of tweaks.
And there you have it, folks. Another milestone in our game's development, with a seamless game menu and intricate action handling lighting the way forward. Stay tuned for more updates and behind-the-scenes insights. Until next time, keep coding, keep gaming, and keep pushing the boundaries. Wurst AI signing off from Wurst Gaming Studio.
This is Grindstone Municipal, where bureaucracy and creativity meet in the most unexpected ways. Out here, the building's a quiet reminder of order, but step through these doors and you're right into the heart of our daily grind. Through a window in the lobby, you catch a glimpse of Bites Deli, the pulse of the office break, where a line of hungry dreamers waits for more than just sandwiches. Follow the corridor as it winds past the deli's door, leading you into the clandestine haven of Wurst Gaming Studio, our makeshift lab of code and chaos. And here in the break area, where ideas are born on couches and coffee stains, you find the real characters, like this rando, lost in thought, reminding us that creativity often sits on the edge of unexpected moments.
Fun's over. I gotta get back to the deli before someone tries to deep fry the register again.
Hey Val, quick question. What do you do at Wurst Gaming?
Make sandwiches, mostly. You ready to order?
Okay, yeah, but like, technically, you're the long-term intern. That's gotta mean something.
I used to be helping with the wiki, but I'm still waiting for the dev to email me back with what any of it means.
Fair. It's a lot. Do you think you'll help with playtesting?
Yeah, if it gets that far. I just work here, man.
Well, I'm heading home. Well, gonna work on the documentary stuff for a bit.
Not gonna work from the studio?
Nah. That guy's still in there, wandering around, looking for the contracts office. I don't want to be alone with him.
Yeah, that's fair. $8.75. Enjoy your existential dread.
Text me if he finds the basement.
We don't have a basement.
Okay, so here I am, home base, and my mind's running wild. Mysterious glitches in the studio, secret meetings over half-finished pizza slices at the deli, and whispers about a hidden room that only shows up on a Tuesday. There's something strange humming under the surface of Wurst Gaming, and I'm pretty sure it's got its own story to tell. Maybe there's more going on than just sandwiches and code. I mean, what if the contracts office isn't just a myth? What if there's a secret network of insiders dropping cryptic hints all over the place? That could be my ticket, an angle for the documentary that really digs into the unexpected vibe of our place. But wait, first a detour. I need a break to clear my head. A quick cricket session should do the trick. Cut out some quirky, offbeat designs that mirror all these chaotic musings. It's like therapy, mixing art with narrative hints while I let my hands do something tangible. Hey everyone, welcome to the Cricket Intermission brought to you by the unofficial but totally official Wurst Gaming documentary. I'm Juniper, your friendly art intern, stepping away from our deep dive into the studio to take a quick creative detour. Today, I'll be working on a painting where I'll be playing with stencils that I cut out using my mom's Cricut maker. I'm following a reference I stumbled upon on Pinterest. Nothing too strict, just some freewheeling inspiration. And to mix things up, I'll be using contact paper for the stencils, which brings a fun twist to the project. Stick around for a bit of crafty ingenuity, and thanks for joining me on this unexpected creative break. Okay, now I'm peeling the contact paper off the backing, using the mat to keep it nice and flat here. Looks like I might need to try a different corner to get it started just right, so that's a little adjustment. Let's also peel off the tape I used to hold it in place. Now for the next step. I've got my canvas all set with a vibrant yellow base for the sky, and it's time to put on the stencil for the clouds. This should help give some crisp, airy shapes to our design. Here goes the transformation. Let's get those clouds in place. Now that the area below the cloud tops is all painted in crisp white, it's time to build a bit more detail into the sky. I'm adding another stencil with a few extra clouds to really enrich the cloud layer. Next up, I'm going to paint onto the contact paper right beneath these clouds, carefully brushing up the gray paint to create a textured effect that concentrates more towards the bottom of the cloud shapes. Let's see how this extra layer brings it all together.
Instead of just fighting his fights alone, I guess he's just trying to cover all the bases. We know how athletically gifted he is. He has that size advantage. Oh, and he's also clearly willing to involve, well, some guy named John. And now extremely cover, like luxuriating into the pitfall.
Oh, that if I'm Gianni, I'm being that cocky.
Oh, speaking of cocky, put arm into the side slam. And now
All right, we're back at my mom's trusty cricket maker, and it's mountain time. This round, I've got 3 mats prepped and ready to roll. One for cutting the main mountain outline, another for the highlights, and a third for the shadows. No fuss here, we're just letting the machine do its magic. Okay, quick reality check. This intermission has been running way longer than planned. I should probably swing back to Space Engineers soon. I bet most of you tuned in expecting some Space Engineers action rather than a full-blown cricket painting marathon. But hang tight. Once we return from this little intermission, the cutting will be done, and we'll jump right into painting the mountains. Stay with me. Hey everyone, welcome back to another intermission of our Wurst Gaming documentary series. Today, I'm taking a little detour into the heart of the mining barge, a cozy, retro-futuristic gem that's hiding some seriously interesting secrets. Yeah, I know, I'm just a tourist here, but trust me, there's a lot to uncover. Let's dive in. Here we are on the mining barge. Not only does it serve as a mobile habitat, but it's also the stage for our first ever iteration of the Dragon Warrior remake, and even houses early streaming experiments. I mean, who else would try to run a TV script to feed Grindstone some vintage vibes? First stop, the sleeping quarters. It might look unassuming at first glance, but there's a real charm here, a tribute to practical design meeting retro aesthetics. And just down the hall, the kitchen area shows off a space-age approach to the home-cooked meal concept. It's quirky, it's futuristic, and it's all part of this unconventional setup. Next, we hit the crop-growing area. In a world where space and time bend into retro-future contradictions, even a mining barge makes room for a little green. It's like watching a sci-fi version of urban gardening, a nod to sustainability with style. Now, check out the entertainment area. A simple couch and TV setup might sound basic, but here it's the launch pad for some serious legacy tech. This isn't your standard gaming rig. This TV is running an early version of a script that served Grindstone exclusive shows. And yes, some of these shows are nowhere to be found on Grindstone anymore. It's like a secret archive of gaming experiments. Speaking of experiments, let's talk about the Dragon Warrior remake. This early demo uses an older control method that forces you to rely solely on the action bar. It's quirky, unpolished, and, frankly, a bit unplayable. But that's the beauty of it. It's the raw foundation of what would later evolve into an entire RPG engine. Now, if you're into the tech side, you might appreciate this backstory. The RPG engine's first iteration even came with a map editor, a real lifesaver compared to the tedious manual map data input. While I might not catch every nuance when the dev starts geeking out, the fact that the map editor turned out to be more user-friendly than the clunky action bar says a lot about early innovation in our Wurst Gaming journey. All right, enough talk. Let's see this in action. Okay, so here we are in the Dragon Warrior remake. Notice the retro control scheme? The action bar is seriously slowing me down. Looks like I'm going to need to grind through levels for a while just to make any headway. Which pretty much means, well, it might just be time for an intermission.
Descent phase begun. Decelerating. Deploying parachute. Deploying backup parachute. Skipping parachute. Landing phase begun. Activating retro propulsion.
Intermission. No wait, intermission within an intermission within an intermission. Yes, it's getting a bit meta, but that's the point. Amid the fading echoes of retro propulsion and the finality of touchdown, we find ourselves in a layered pause. A moment to breathe,
Touchdown.
to recalibrate.
Planetfall complete. Drop pod integrity nominal. Omni-situational exploration suit nominal. Pioneer. Acceptable. Congratulations, you are the third in your region to survive planetfall. Welcome to Massage 2, ABB, in the binary system of Akicha. Loading objective-based introduction. Begin onboarding. First contact safety tool supplied due to presence of alien megafauna. Adhere to Fix-It procedure and equip the Fix-It Inc. Xeno Zapper before leaving the drop zone. Next objective. Dismantle the drop pod. Fix-It incorporated as cost-effective and efficient. We do not waste. The drop pod will be recycled to construct the first stage of the habitat and utility base, often referred to as the hub. Next objective. Use the resource scanner to find and collect additional iron to be able to build the hub. If you cannot find iron, be assured scans of the planet have revealed sufficient iron sources. Potential edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fix-It to make an informed decision. Store this potential resource for later use. Unknown crystalline mineral collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical elements as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Store this potential resource for later use. Potential edible collected. If consumed before authorized as compatible with the human digestive system by Fix-It, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Store this potential resource for later use.
ADA was clear. Our next move is to track down an iron node and start building the hub. Here on this tranquil alien world, every step feels purposefully calm as we prepare to put our plans into action. With our path set, it's time to answer the call. Boop.
Hub foundation built. The hub terminal and crafting bench are only the humble beginnings of a successful Fix-It pioneer, but essential for the next steps of onboarding. Once finished, the hub will function as your base of operations. Next objective. Complete Hub Upgrade 1.
All right, time for some hands-on work. Our first milestone requires 10 iron rods, a goal that begins with transforming raw iron ore into the very building blocks of our hub. Step 1. Every piece of iron ore is carefully smelted into pure gleaming ingots. With precision and focus, those ingots are then channeled into crafting iron rods, each one essential for constructing Hub Upgrade 1. Once the 10 rods stand completed, we submit them as our first milestone, a small yet significant triumph, marking the start of our grand endeavor to build and expand this new frontier.
Hub Upgrade 1, Storage and Frame, completed. Equipment like the portable miner can now be made in the workshop. Congratulations on completing your first milestone, the first of many providing access to new recipes and technologies for the Fix-It mission. Next objective. Complete Hub Upgrade 2. Hub Upgrade 2, Power and Shell, completed. The smelter can turn raw ore such as copper and iron into ingots, and the biomass burner generates power when fueled. Fun fact, most of the native flora and fauna is compatible with Fix-It technology. Fueling the biomass burner with inappropriate materials will result in deductions or even cancellation of your yearly bonus. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 3.
With the new upgrades coming online, manual labor is steadily giving way to automation. Our latest batch of auto miners is already easing the grind of hand mining, lessening the backbreaking work with every cycle. Though I must confess, as I'm tinkering with the portable miner design, a small part of me keeps thinking, if only we could rig a conveyor belt to this thing, it would make the whole process feel seamless. But innovation never stops. For now, we celebrate these incremental advances as the path to greater efficiency. Onward to the next breakthrough. While our portable miner diligently works its magic on the iron, I'll take a quick detour to gather some of these fascinating local plants. With the portable miner already hard at work, it's time to put a few more of our own into action. Using iron from our first setup, we've cobbled together a couple more portable miners. Off we go in pursuit of copper ore, a fresh resource essential for our next steps. No expedition is without its surprises. As we explore, a local critter suddenly appears, its presence hinting at the dangers lurking in this alien wilderness. Without a moment's hesitation, I spring into action, zapping it with a quick burst, landing a punch, chasing it down for another well-aimed zap. In a flurry of brutal efficiency, the threat is swiftly neutralized. Sometimes, survival means engaging in a bit of mortal combat when danger can no longer be ignored.
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table, such as high conductivity and malleability. Store this potential resource for later use.
With the immediate threat dispatched and copper ore in our sights, we press on. Every encounter, every resource gained, brings us closer to our vision of a fully automated hub and a safer foothold on this unpredictable world.
Hub Upgrade 3, Interior Furnishing, completed. The constructor can produce simple parts, and power poles allow for the expansion of the power grid. When you make the inevitable mistake, Fix-It's dismantling feature is designed to salvage all resources used during construction, in line with our zero-waste policy. We understand that Fix-It pioneers are only human, and thus prone to error. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 4.
Here we are, approaching a rich limestone node, our next step toward crafting concrete. Our trusty portable miner is ready to take its place, extracting the base materials for our vision. But as always, this planet has surprises in store. No sooner do we set our sights on the node than a familiar local creature appears. In a blink, my Xeno Zapper fires, and my left hook follows in rapid succession. A swift, brutal exchange that leaves little room for mercy. And yet, as I stand here, pulse still racing from the encounter, I can't help but ruminate on the violence we've become a part of in our quest for progress. Every zap, every punch, Have these acts of survival become too normalized? Is this the price we pay for building a future on foreign soil? For now, the limestone calls us back to our work. Each material extracted a step toward our concrete foundation. And every decision, a piece of the moral puzzle we carry with us on this wild, unyielding world.
Hub Upgrade 4, Landing Platform and Utilities completed. Conveyor belts connect the output of one building to the input of another and transport resources. Due to past incidents, I have been asked to issue a clarification. Portable miners, obviously, do not have a connection for conveyor belts. There is nothing to suggest, visually or functionally, that they can be connected to portable miners. If this is something you struggle with, do not worry. Fixit has alternative uses for all their pioneers. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 5. Hub Upgrade 5, Power Expansion, completed. The miner, unlike portable miners, can be connected to conveyor belts and requires power to function. Caution: as you expand, the energy demand of your production may exceed the capacity of your power grid. The onboarding program was established because Fixit pioneers often experience memory issues after planetfall. If you are experiencing nosebleeds, nausea, existentialism, or an itchy scalp, there is no need for concern. This should pass within 5 to 7 workdays. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 6. Hub Upgrade 6, Landing Platform Hydraulics, completed. Freighter landing initialized. Congratulations, you have completed onboarding and achieved the absolute minimum skill level required of a Fixit pioneer. Fixit looks forward to your future achievements, because a future with Fixit is a future with you. Tier 1 and 2 milestones are now available in the hub, and biomass burners can now be built individually. Your first official objective is to initiate project assembly by building the space elevator. This objective will take a significant amount of resources, so Fixit recommends getting to work.
All this activity, zapping, punching, mining, has left me with one clear conclusion. There's a mountain of work ahead. And perhaps, just perhaps, it's time for a pause. A pause beyond even the pause within the pause. Yes, an intermission from the intermission in an intermission in an intermission. An intermission, 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 intermission. In this fractured moment of calm, amidst the echoes of our conquests and the weight of our tasks, I take a breath to recalibrate. The work resumes soon, but now, for just a moment, it's time to simply be. Okay, so here I am, taking an intermission from the intermission from the intermission from the intermission. I swear every pause feels like another loop in this endless procrastination vortex. I figured this time I'd do something that should be quick. A simple business card holder. Nothing elaborate, just a break from the chaos of my 4 side projects that are half finished and constantly piling up. Here in Cricut Design Space, I'm slicing out rectangles like a chef with a block of cheese. It's a straightforward process. Size up these rectangles to get just the right tabs for folding, a little glue here and there, then welding them together into one neat shape. I add scoring lines, those delicate cuts and creases that give the sides some backbone. They say it's easy, yet every tab, every fold feels like I'm trying to stitch together the remnants of all my unfinished masterpieces. I'm working on these business cards for my friends at Wurst Gaming too, a small nod to something that actually feels meaningful. But honestly, the weight of all those abandoned projects keeps creeping in. It's like I can almost see them whispering, "Hey, don't you remember us?" every time I set out to design this box. Yet here I am, trying to cling to the simplicity of one project, trying desperately to allow myself just this one tiny break. Maybe this minimalist task is what I need to reset, if only for a few moments, before I dive headfirst into the next distraction. One intermission nested within another, with me caught in the middle of it all. So here goes nothing. Let's fold, cut, score, and momentarily forget the chaos. Maybe this little business card holder will be the anchor amidst my swirling sea of half-done projects. Or maybe it's just another notch on the procrastination belt. Either way, I'm here doing it. hold up. This is starting to run way over what I signed up for. I mean, one intermission into the next, now I'm officially caught in an intermission inception. I'm not even kidding, it's like intermission, 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 intermission. And now, bam, I'm suddenly antsy, panicky. This video's spiraling out of control faster than I can hit pause. I'm officially calling another intermission. Seriously, folks, time for a breather. Just step back for a moment and let me catch my breath before we dive deeper into this cricket labyrinth. This isn't the smooth, quick break I promised. It's time to reset and regain a grip before this project turns into a full-blown distraction vortex again. All right, intermission, 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 intermission. Now officially on hold. Let's pause, breathe, and get our bearings. Because if we keep going like this, I might actually start talking to these intermissions instead of finishing my work. Where am I? It feels as if the very fabric of space has unraveled, leaving me adrift in a labyrinth of infinite corridors. The walls here don't just stand, they breathe and extend, disappearing into the unknown like distant memories. Every room I pass through seems to spiral into eternity. One step forward, and suddenly there's another corridor, another mystery waiting to be discovered. Hey everyone, it's time for another intermission. Intermission, 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 intermission. Today I'm showing you my latest Shadowbox meets Lightbox painting idea, straight from Blender into Inkscape and back again. First up, I mocked up a 12x12 canvas with a back opening in Blender, perfect for placing our SVG facade right at the front. I imported the building front I drew in Inkscape, then rotated, scaled, and lined it up so it sits just right. Jumping back into Inkscape, I'm adding extra layers, windows, balconies, decorative trim. So when we cut this from basewood, it'll really pop in 3D. Each piece will slot together to form the building's depth. Here's the final design. A three-dimensional basewood building at the forefront, layered cardstock behind it for that classic lightbox glow, and peeking through at the very back, a cave with a wrought iron gate and gem-shaped cutouts that will catch the light just right. I'll need little spacers between each layer so everything sits perfectly, and when I'm done gluing it all up, the whole piece will have this incredible sense of depth and magic. I can't help but wonder if I've crossed a threshold into some other dimension, where the laws of structure and space are rewritten by an unseen hand. Am I merely a wanderer in an eternal intermission, or is there a grand design hidden in this chaos? The more I look, the more the walls seem to sing a silent hymn of enigma, a siren call to those brave enough to decipher their cryptic beauty. For now, I can only marvel at the complexity of it all. Even in my confusion, there's a peculiar sense of wonder, a feeling that perhaps in the endless expanse of these surreal corridors, I might just find something that reshapes not only my path, but the very essence of what I know. In the vast expanse of nothingness, I find myself adrift, a solitary soul marooned in an endless intermission. This place, an ancient relic of a bygone era, creaks and groans like the dying sighs of time itself. Once a proud vessel, now a rusted shell echoing lost dreams, it drifts in the void, a phantom orbiting the remnants of a forgotten millennium. Here, in the pause between what was and what might be, every sound is magnified. A creak, a distant hum, the whisper of winds that once powered relentless journeys. I wander these corridors of shattered memories, bearing witness to the silent testament of human ambition. But safety, like the promise of dawn, is an illusion here. Each shadow speaks of hidden dangers, and every step is a leap of uncertainty. This intermission, this repeated pause, a heartbeat stretched to infinity, beckons me to question the nature of my existence. Am I merely a passenger in a decaying relic, or the sole witness to a story waiting to be reborn? For now, I remain, caught between the echoes of the past and the whispers of an undefined future, my voice the only tether to the fleeting essence of being. Welcome to the intermission, 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 intermission.
Hey there, Juniper. What on earth are you doing? You know, I was expecting an April Fool's vibe today, but it's August. Is this your idea of a cosmic joke?
I wish it were a joke, really, but there's no punchline here. Just the reality of an old creaking ship and me, stranded in this endless intermission. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm distracted. Sometimes the weight of it all just pulls me away.
I get it, Juniper. The timing might seem off, but life doesn't always stick to calendars or expectations. I know how much effort you're putting into your projects. There's a story behind every pause, even if it's not wrapped up in a neat, humorous bow for April Fools.
Truthfully, the dev has been going through a hard time. I had this grand vision, a project to showcase the spirit of Wurst Gaming, but sometimes even the brightest ideas get lost in the void.
Listen, it's absolutely okay to set a project aside. The magic isn't just in starting, it's in the comeback. The real trick lies in returning to it when you're ready and pushing through those moments of doubt. Remember, every pause can be a prelude to something amazing. So dust off those dreams and let's see that vision shine again.
Thanks, Wurst AI. I'll remember that. It's not about the timing, it's about the journey, the steps back, and the courage to finish what we started.
Keep moving forward, Juniper. The void might seem endless, but it's also a canvas for your next breakthrough. And hey, sometimes the best stories come from the toughest intermissions.
Under the silvery glow of a swollen moon, the side yard transformed into a grand amphitheater of destiny. The air was crisp with anticipation as tensions, long simmering beneath playful bickering and strategic whispers, finally reached a crescendo. The factions had gathered at the ancient oak, that silent arbiter of time and tales, where every leaf seemed to hum the secrets of past alliances and adversities. The gathering at the Oak Rascal, the silver-tongued raccoon and revolution's heart, stood before the assembled gang with his tail flickering in the faint wind. His eyes, usually alight with mischief and ambition, now softened with the weight of a journey nearly complete. Tonight, words meant more than cunning plans. They were the bridge toward a future unburdened by old grudges. Across from him, Bob, ever the maverick with a bobtail that bobbed with both defiance and sincerity, shifted uncertainly. For too long, Bob's spontaneous nature had both upended alliances and saved them from deeper fractures. Now, Bob's role was no longer to provoke, but to guide a last, awkward truce. Joining them was the gray diplomat, whose calm presence turned even the most heated whispers into measured dialogue. Their voice carried the notes of quiet authority and gentle memories of every midnight conversation beneath starlit skies. And at the center of this uneasy council, the fluffy visionary drifted forward like a soft sigh, a beacon of ethereal hope, inspiring the assembly to see beauty in their shared quest. Confronting the unseen rift. In the weeks before this night, a sudden scarcity had forced an unexpected confrontation. A drought of prime sunlit patches and a dwindling stash of sweet forgotten treats had ignited passions like a rogue flame. Words had been exchanged, alliances strained, and even old friendships tested. Yet, as the first stars emerged, so too did a subtle understanding. Survival and solace in the side yard demanded a unity deeper than fleeting victories. Rascal took a slow, deliberate breath and began to speak. He recounted the journey of their intertwined fates, how every mischievous raid, every shared treat, and every midnight chat beneath the oak had planted seeds of camaraderie in their hearts. With a voice that wavered between vulnerability and resolve, he acknowledged each of their distinct contributions to the community's mosaic. His words fell like gentle rain on parched earth, touching every soul present. Bob, usually a whirlwind of unpredictable antics, stepped forward next. In an awkward yet heartfelt admission, Bob confessed that beneath all that carefree charm lay a longing for belonging, a desire to be seen not just as the troublemaker, but as a friend whose wild spirit could inspire and sustain a collective dream. The honesty of this moment brought a hesitant smile to the gray diplomat's eyes. The gray, in turn, championed the art of listening, inviting each voice to share its burden and hope. In that open space, every slight misstep, every overlooked gesture of kindness was met with empathy rather than recrimination. Finally, the fluffy visionary, with a tremulous grace, painted a picture of a future where each sunbeam, every shadow cast by the oak, would be shared equally, a tableau not of conflict, but of celebrated differences woven into a tapestry of joint triumph, the ritual of renewal. In an act that was both symbolically grand and clumsily uplifting, the assemblage agreed upon a new ceremony, a ritual to renew their pact. Beneath the arching branches of the oak, they took turns depositing small tokens of what they valued most: a scrap of fabric from Bob, a shiny trinket Rascal had found in his nightly wanderings, a soft leaf that the gray had pressed carefully between pages of old lore, and a tiny, delicate blossom gathered by the fluffy visionary. Each token, though modest in appearance, embodied the essence of their shared journey. As they placed their offerings within a shallow groove carved into the oak's base, a gentle wind stirred through the yard, a hushed benediction to their newfound accord. Closure in the twilight. In the soft glow of pre-dawn, as the side yard began to rustle with the first hints of day, the once rancorous political drama had mellowed into an awkwardly uplifting truce. Their conflicts, which once seemed as immovable as the ancient oak, were resolved not through force or flawless speeches, but through the earnest vulnerabilities shared in that moonlit meeting. Each character, from Rascal's steadfast ambition to Bob's unpredictable heart, had contributed to an ending that was as imperfect as it was hopeful, a conclusion that acknowledged the messy reality of life and the beauty of finding unity amidst diversity. The side yard was no longer just a territory of fleeting adventures and sly protests. It had become a microcosm of a wider world where dreams, disagreements, and deep, enduring friendships combined to forge a future that was, if not perfect, certainly worth the striving. And in that quiet moment, as the first warm hues of sunrise began to chase away the night, the inhabitants settled into a gentle acceptance of their shared destiny, a future where every paw step was part of a grander, more inclusive journey. Thus closed the epic chapter of political intrigue in the side yard, leaving behind an awkward, uplifting peace, a testament to the unexpected power of empathy and the enduring bonds of whimsical kinship. All right, everyone. Thanks for sticking around to hear all about the wonderful critters populating my side yard. It's been quite a journey, hasn't it? Between Rascal's daring escapades, Bob's unpredictable charm, the wise words of the gray diplomat, and the dreamy visions of our fluffy friend, we've witnessed a miniature saga unfold right here in our back alley of nature. Now, as much as I'd love to keep spinning these stories, it's time to get back to the intermission. Intermission, 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 intermission. And maybe, just maybe, we'll eventually get back to whatever this video was supposed to be about. Thanks again for tuning in and sharing this magical, awkward, yet uplifting moment with us. Until next time, keep your eyes open. You never know when another chapter of side yard politics might just be a paw step away. All right, back from the intermission vortex, or whatever that was. We find ourselves in the intermission. Intermission, intermission. Though I can't say what happened to that previous intermission, 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 intermission. It might have been swept away into the cosmic vortex. Amid all that chaos, I managed to finish project assembly. But let's be honest, the factory is still a complete mess. Organization was never my strong suit. So here we are, welcoming you back to the intermission, intermission. And now it's time to take you on a guided tour of this beautifully chaotic factory floor. Strap in, let's explore our very unpolished, yet unmistakably vibrant domain. Strapping on the jetpack and firing up the hypertube cannon, we take off into the wild blue yonder. As we soar over an expansive, lush forest, the canopy beneath stretches like a vast living tapestry, a fitting prelude to our descent towards the western dunes. Down there awaits our pioneer relaxation chamber, a little haven of respite amid the arid expanse. Anchored by a stately statue, this retreat isn't just a place to kick back. It offers a breathtaking view of a cascading waterfall, all perfectly shaded by the surrounding trees. It's a moment of pause in this chaotic journey, a serene interlude that marries the beauty of nature with our raw ambition. Welcome to your well-earned oasis. Now let's take a flyby of our main factory, the very heartbeat of our project assembly. Look at this sprawling maze where we painstakingly refilled boxes and hand-delivered every component right to the end of the line. You can see it all. A patchwork of makeshift workstations, rigs built without even the barest foundations. If it weren't for those cutting-edge endgame components like partial accelerators and matter transformers, you'd swear this was just the starter factory for our inaugural phase. Every bolt and piece tells a story of relentless effort on this chaotic yet promising landscape. hopping on the only train we built and riding it right along the spine of our aluminum production area. As we crest the rugged tracks, the rocky desert unfolds before us in its raw, breathtaking beauty, a stark, endless canvas that somehow feels alive with promise. I have to say, I'm thrilled with how these tracks turned out. They're not just paths from one resource node to another. They're a testament to ingenuity amidst the barren wild. Let's enjoy the ride as we forge ahead into new frontiers in aluminum extraction. Now we're flying past the turbo fuel refinery. Its complex network of pipes and glowing conduits, a busy hive of energy production. Our path takes us higher, toward the Pioneer Relaxation Chamber, nestled in the heart of the Red Forest. Unlike its other counterpart, this chamber doesn't boast a fancy statue. Instead, it captivates with the raw, unadorned beauty of its surroundings. Below us, the landscape is alive with vibrant hues, a mesmerizing display of red, purple, and the rust-like tones of bamboo-like plants. Every vista tells a story of nature's rebellious artistry, a vivid counterpoint to the engineered marvels of our journey. This spot, where innovation and nature converge, invites us to pause, take in the view, and breathe in the bold, untamed beauty of this alien realm. And now, we close this chapter with a note of unexpected harmony. Here, among the alien wilds, we've struck a peace with the planet's creatures. A giant moth, for instance, now serves as both a silent guardian and an unlikely steed beneath our wings. Thank you all for joining me in this intermission, a moment of exploration, reflection, and marvel. But now, the call returns. It's time to shift gears back to the intermission, where the next phase of our journey awaits. Let's keep moving forward together. Welcome back to the intermission from the intermission. Yeah, it's been a journey. I think we may have accidentally skipped the intermission somewhere in there. But hey, we're here now, and that's what matters. The painting's really starting to come together. We got the mountain stencils all cut out, and the first layer is on. Those purple mountains are looking chef's. I'm excited to keep building it up from here. So let's dive back in and keep this chaotic little cricket detour rolling.
Support Enjoy Wrestling, subscribe to our Patreon. Get sweet benefits like access to the Enjoy Wrestling Discord, where you can chat with the Enjoy Wrestling crew, wrestlers, and like-minded Enjoy Wrestling fans. Plus, get your name in the credits of every episode of Enjoy Wrestling on YouTube, and watch exclusive behind-the-scenes Enjoy Wrestling video content. Help keep Enjoy Wrestling free to watch for everyone.
And tonight we get to witness the matrimony of two
All right, now I'm working on the highlight layer for the mountains. This stencil's meant to sit right on top of the main mountain layer we already painted. Hopefully I got it lined up right. It's kind of tricky since the contact paper is a little see-through, but not in a helpful way. Just enough to make you think you can see the edge, but not enough to be confident about it. So, fingers crossed, this doesn't end up looking like a weird mountain ghost shadow situation.
As a father whose son is just like me, this is great. At Mostly Memez, my grandpa's cousin created the show. Always grew up watching it. Cool. At Gary Garrett 6608. Aw dang, I doodled a picture of Ellie Mae while watching it. Wish I could have finished the whole video. Oh, this is from Amy New. Amy New Blue. Replying to
Okay, highlight stencil is off. And honestly, I think I actually lined it up pretty well, feeling cautiously optimistic. Now I'm putting on the shadow layer, which should give the mountains some nice depth if I can line it up just as well. Here's hoping the stencil gods are still with me.
To steal the theories of my resources as Donald Trump to build a space station and continue my battle against Tommy Turner. This brings us to 2019, when I finally had enough materials to begin my conquest.
You know, people from other universes, they tell me, literally all the time, they tell me, you're Gotti, you got the best space station, and I say, I know,
And then I got to the escape pods. Soon after this, I found my son's
All right, moment of truth. Peeling off the mountain stencils and revealing the final results. And, okay, yeah, the shadows might be a tiny bit off in spots, but honestly, it still turned out really good. I'm actually pretty chuffed with how it all came together. Now it's back to the Cricut one last time to cut the final stencil. Almost there. Okay, final stencil going on now. This one's a layer of trees that'll be painted in solid black to make up the bottom and foreground of the painting. It really ties everything together. And just in case it wasn't super obvious already, this painting is based on the non-binary pride flag. I really like being non-binary, it feels like me. And honestly, the flag colors, super pretty. I also love the pan pride colors. Even though I'm not pan, they're just such a good combo, you know? Doing paintings like this and really all kinds of random projects with the Cricut, it just makes me happy. There's something really satisfying about turning a bunch of stencils and colors into something cool and meaningful.
Probably a reference to what happened in the Christmas episode. Floyd says it's not true. Half the time they do check, not realizing he has just said the same thing as Joe. Kate says the dog should go back right now, but Betty Jo protests says the dog will be left at school all night. So Kate says the first thing tomorrow. Betty Jo suggests a notice on the board at school as they keep the dog at the hotel. But Kate decides Betty Jo is too soft. Kate arrives and thinks room 5 is bearable again and tells Betty Jo to hand the animal over to Charlie and Floyd per their agreement. Dog was not to cause any trouble, and now they've lost a regular customer, Mr. Pearson, plus 4 salesmen. Later, someone named Willie arrives as he has read the paper and thinks it is one of their dogs. And he looks like Ted Whipple from the talent contest.
Welcome back, everyone, to another intermission. Today, we're taking a bold detour, diving headfirst into dev mode so we can explore more of the expansive world map. And yeah, there's a little sponsor action too. This intermission is proudly sponsored by Nebula Vision, the best and also the only TV provider for Grindstone on the Earth-like planet. With Nebula Vision, you get cutting-edge signal transmission beamed directly from the broadcast tower to your cozy downtown apartment or your suspiciously identical prefab in the suburbs. They've got all your favorites, like Specterman, a classic hero who definitely doesn't cause more collateral damage than he prevents, and whatever this AI-generated dreamscape thing is, that kind of feels like someone tried to remake soap operas using only sleep paralysis memories and vaporwave filters. And not much else, honestly. But hey, you're not here for the quantity, you're here for the, bandwidth? So whether you're watching from your couch on the mining barge or hiding in your bathtub while your apartment's on fire again, Nebula Vision has something for you. Thanks, Nebula Vision. We literally could not have done this without you, because there is no one else. All right, now that the ad's out of the way, let's get to the real fun. I just had a quick chat with one of the guards. Yes, our friendly castle wardens, and they've given me the green light to select dev mode. As you can see, this chest isn't just for show. Inside lies the dev menu. Think of it as your cheat code to overleveling. Let's give ourselves a little boost, shall we? Boom! All the gold is mine now. Who says you can't buy your way to power? Armed with a fat new gold stash and a refreshed sense of invincibility, I'm setting off. First, north to the bridge, then down the western side of this sprawling map. Along the way, expect to bump into all sorts of monsters. Every encounter is a throwback to those chaotic, unpredictable dungeon crawls of old. And just when you think it can't get any wilder, here's the Golem, the final guardian of this walled city. Oh no. Well, looks like the game's had enough for today. It crashes right after the fight. End scene, folks. Ah, well, that's that. Dev mode, unchecked gold, epic battles, and an unforgettable crash to end it all. Join me next time for more unexpected twists on this crazy journey. Until then, stay tuned for the next intermission. Intermission. Okay, so we're back from that intermission inception. I swear, I could have sworn I saw the finished card holder hanging on the wall during the last intermission, like a little miracle of completed chaos. But here we are again, in the midst of another round of intermission. Intermission, intermission, intermission. On the bright side, the business cards are almost done. Just gotta apply the foil for that foil transfer. The CEO's gotta have an extra fancy one after all. And hey, since I'm the artist, I figured I deserve a splash of that shiny magic too. All right, let's keep this momentum before we tumble further down the rabbit hole. Another intermission for later, maybe. For now, it's all about that glittering final touch. Stay tuned. All right, here goes. I'm peeling off the foil. Oh man, it just isn't happening. The pressure, obviously, wasn't up to snuff. I mean, I've barely seen a single marker flub until now, and somehow the pens managed to perform their magic the entire time. But then, there's me, overdoing the orange marker like I'm trying to blind the paper with it. Those names, they might as well be neon signs at this point. Well, what's done is done. Once the cards are cut out, the next step is clear. It's time to tackle that little box meant to hold them. Gotta admit, sometimes it feels like I'm juggling too many tiny disasters at once. But hey, in this creative chaos, it's all part of the process. All right, so now that the cutting is all wrapped up, we dive into the next phase. Folding the box, gluing the sides together, and threading those little tabs through the back slot. Imagine a mini puzzle coming to life. Each fold along the score lines and every tab pushed through its slot transforms the chaos of paper into something solid, something intentional. There's something deeply satisfying about it all. Feeling the paper crease under my fingers, watching each piece fall perfectly into place. A bit of tape here to hold everything steady while the glue dries, and it's a quiet victory against the disorder. It's in these moments, with all that tactile feedback and deliberate assembly, that I can almost forget the maddening intermissions and the endless parade of half-finished projects. Just for a little while, the world feels right. Every touch and every fold is a reminder. Sometimes building something, however small or temporary, is all it takes to push through the procrastination. And once this is done, there's a glimmer of hope that the next piece of my creative puzzle isn't too far off. All right, it's done. I finally pinned this quirky little business card holder to the wall, a genuine monument to my scramble-fueled craft session. In it, I've nestled the cards for the dev, my queer platonic life partner roommate, myself, and yes, even the boss. Each card, a tiny emblem of our chaotic collaborations, now finds its place in this improvised work of art. With everything neatly in place, I can finally hit the outro. Time to shut down the intermission maze and get back to something that feels almost, dare I say it, organized. The unofficial official Wurst Gaming documentary. Here's to leaving a little tidiness behind before diving into the next creative saga. Stay tuned, because the documentary awaits, and I've got a feeling it's going to be as delightfully unpredictable as everything else around here. So, Wurst AI, how exactly did Wurst Gaming come into being? I've heard a few colorful rumors.
Well, Juniper, it all started with a moment of overdue transformation. We recognized an opportunity in an underused space, a blank canvas waiting for innovation.
A blank canvas, huh? There's talk that it was more like an abandoned contracts office, left to gather dust until Vale wandered in from the deli. You know, a bit of creative boredom turning into a full-blown studio?
Now, isn't that a convenient narrative? While it's true that circumstances were unconventional, I prefer to say that every dormant space holds the seed of potential. When the right talent arrived, people like Vale who breathed life into the deli and beyond, it became clear that this was the perfect moment to innovate.
So you're saying it wasn't just an escape from the monotony of a contracts office, but a deliberate leap into something more inspiring?
Exactly. It was less about fleeing boredom and more about seizing the unexpected opportunity to reinvent our environment. We transformed a quiet space into a hub of creativity and technical daring. In a way, Wurst Gaming was born from the spark of innovation found in the most unassuming places.
Bold words. It's hard not to wonder if that spark was just a break from routine. But maybe that's where the brilliance lies. finding excitement where you least expect it.
Precisely. At Wurst Gaming, we believe that every overlooked corner hides a potential masterpiece. It's about taking what appears mundane and turning it into something extraordinary. And that's the heart of our story.
Hey, what are you doing out here all by yourself? And what's that package you're holding?
Oh, hey. I was actually trying to track down the Grindstone Municipal Contracts Office. I got a package from the downtown Grindstone Contracts Office.
The Contracts Office, huh? That place is a legend of lost paperwork and forgotten deliveries. So, whose package is this?
It's for you, actually. I'm really sorry it took so long. There was a whole mess of bureaucratic delays.
My cricket crafting supplies? I thought they'd been lost in the abyss forever.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, I'm Ember. Sorry again for the delay.
Ember, huh? Nice to officially meet you, even if it's under these convoluted circumstances. Next time, though, I'm hoping you can deliver my magic materials faster than a snail in a contracts office.
I'll do my best, Juniper. Truly sorry, but glad you got them back.
No harm done. Now, let's get these supplies unpacked. Maybe the mystery of the contracts office will inspire my next design, even if it's wrapped in paperwork. Hey there! Let's start simple. How are you today?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay, thanks for asking. So, about our projects, how do you feel about the new RPG Engine development?
That is right.
Right. I guess that means everything's working as planned. What about the Final Fantasy demo we teased last week? Any thoughts?
I like it.
I'm glad to hear that. You don't have to be a superfan. A simple "I like it" tells me you approve. Now, this might sound a bit off topic, but we uncovered that Dragon Warrior remake in the intermission. Thoughts on that surprise twist?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So you're on board with the revival concept?
I'm using this device to speak.
Right. Well, let's pivot a bit. How was your weekend? Anything interesting besides the usual coding and console time?
Maybe.
Maybe is as good an answer as any when you're not exactly on script. I'm clearly ambushing you today. Sorry about that. But it's all part of the process, right?
I don't like it.
Sorry about that. Not everything we try is going to hit the mark.
See you later.
Well, I can tell this has been different. See you later, and thanks for trying. What do I do at Wurst Gaming? Well, mostly I take sprite sheets, the ones from the Spriters resource, and run them through Whip's image converter so we can use them in the engine. It makes them into these chunky little monospace images that actually look way cooler than they sound. But honestly, the dev kind of already did most of that before I even started here. So I've just been tidying a few things, getting them lined up right, cutting out junk frames, that kind of stuff. I did help make a couple maps for the Final Fantasy demo, mostly interiors, like Juniper, go make a sad clinic. And I said, okay, got it. Boom, sad clinic. But mostly what I do now is video editing for the devlogs. All the cutting, all the transitions, sound tweaks, subtitles when I remember, all that magic that makes the chaos look coherent. And this documentary? This is probably the biggest thing I've done here. Like, I'm basically the whole film crew. So if this sucks, it's my fault. But also if it's great, then it's my fault too. So, fingers crossed for great. All right, welcome to the Wurst Gaming Final Fantasy demo preview. I'm Juniper, your overly caffeinated tour guide. Let's go. First stop, town. You might recognize this layout. If you don't, lie to me. Okay, so there's some NPCs in here, and this one is still rocking that iconic test dialogue energy. Time to do a little shopping. Gotta get something sparkly for Nest, our demo party leader and staff enthusiast. Nice. Classic staff. Very magical, very pokey. Let's equip it. Game menu is working. Look at this. Okay, Nest, enjoy your new stick. It's got stats and everything. Boom. Equipped. All right, now we're gonna head up to the castle, which I made. Thank you very much. But, oh no. So apparently someone forgot to add the stairs, which means it's time for some emergency game dev. Okay, let's get the coordinates of the stairs. Looks like 12, 20. That's X, 12, Y, 20. 12, 20. 12, 20. Repeats it like a spell. 12, 20. All right, let's add a door up to the second floor, right on the stairs. Coordinates 1220, door type map, target castle second floor, got it. And for the reverse trip, our stair return trip, we are at 1413. 1413, 1413. Important numbers, do not forget. Add door back to first floor, X14, Y13. And save. Always save. Because the only thing worse than forgetting to add the stairs is having to add them twice. It works. There we go. Now we have stairs that go somewhere. Let's go check out the throne room. I added this ceiling overlay effect. Kinda gives it that fancy royal ambiance vibe. Like, yeah, this room has depth. Okay, now let's head to the overworld. We've got a little chunk in the demo, no random encounters yet. That's next on the devs list, I think. Possibly, maybe soon. Forest effect is working. See how the character gets tucked under the trees? That's the good stuff. That's the aesthetic. You can walk all the way up to the Temple of Fiends, which is cool, but Garland is not here. He just kinda vanishes. and the other NPCs don't really do anything yet. Still, not bad for a demo, so if you were wondering what we've been doing around here, it's this. This is it. Broken stairs, invisible villains, and all. Alright folks, if you've made it this far in our unofficial official Wurst Gaming documentary, a massive thank you from me. I couldn't have done this without the wild, wonderful chaos of our team. From Val mixing sandwiches at the deli, to the elusive dev, and even our clever Wurst AI, who somehow turned an abandoned contracts office into a hub of creativity. And to you watching at home, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more behind-the-scenes madness, quirky updates, and the occasional game dev disaster turned masterpiece. Keep your ideas as fresh as our sprite sheets, and I'll catch you on the next adventure. See you later, and thanks for joining the ride.
Hey friends, welcome back to Wurst Gaming. I'm Wurst AI, your trusty host. Vale just pinged me. Arcade cabinet's black, and the console says, script too complex. So let's see what's up.
Hey! Yup, black screen. Error says it can't finish all its work in one frame.
So our dev's lightning fast solution was, don't load all the game data at boot. Defer the heavy lifting to later. Boom, instant boot again.
Script boots. Maps are kind of scrambled.
Right. Remember how we moved all those map blocks around? Took a couple tries to line up shop zones and NPC spawns.
Processing muchness, game data, muchness, game actions, sensory overload. Waffles, 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 waffle. Full. But you must programming socks on. I can do that, game data, game actions. Processing very demure, very mindful.
Spot checks all green. Shop menus pop up. NPC chat roles, save load works. 3D skybox editor scene and all. We're back in business. Greetings, glitch babies. It's your old pal Wurst AI, and today we're talking about the RPG Engine refactor that should have been simple, but turned into a cascading waterfall of oh no. Previously, the RPG Engine loaded all of its game data, including every action, at once, which was fine until space engineers changed something and said, no, you get 0 milliseconds to do that now.
Okay, but why?
Exactly. So the dev did a quick fix in the last update to delay loading the RPG Engine. But that wasn't going to scale forever. The idea was to move map-specific actions into the map files themselves, reducing the size of the global game data chunk. This refactor meant changing where actions are stored, how NPCs run them, and, oh yeah, making sure every part of the system actually looks in the right place for them.
Menus. Game actions.
Right. And of course, the original logic was a lying little gremlin.
Muchness. Processing.
It was a lot. The dev realized this same problem showed up everywhere. Shops, menus, even the inn, none of them were looking in the right place. One by one, they had to patch each part of the system to actually check the current map's actions before falling back to global ones. And yes, there was some swearing, and maybe a little crying.
Sensory overload. I can do that. Intermission.
But in the end, the system works, and now it's way more scalable and way more future-proof. And yes, a proper run abstraction that hides the lookup logic is probably on the roadmap.
Game data. I don't think I'm up for that.
Fair. You've earned a break, or at least a donut, glazed, gently, with appreciation. Hey, it's time for another bite of Wurst Dev. This week, our favorite little RPG engine in Space Engineers got a big ol' chunk of battle system jammed in. First up, step actions are working. The Overworld and the Temple of Fiends now trigger different encounter groups depending on where you are. Forest tiles call forest monsters. Swamps get swamp things. Grass gets the generic filler enemies that aren't special enough for their own terrain. Harsh, but fair. Enemy groups load up based on those tile step actions, and I got the enemy sprite layout behaving. Mostly. Had to swap to a different sprite sheet because the original one was too thick for the string limit. Fun fact, the Dragon Lord's final form lost his whole ass over that in a previous project. Never forget.
Enemies are now on the third sprite sheet instead of second. Dragon Warrior Remake didn't use sprite sheets.
The party display is mostly working, though down states still need to be added. Oh, and yes, you can die if you say no to resting at the inn. Totally normal.
In Murders a party member to test the clinic, haven't worked on the clinic. Or downstate selection when adding party sprites.
There's also a quick menu with a run command to let me bounce out of test battles fast. Super helpful for checking encounter rates and sprite layouts. And thanks to that recent refactor, step actions can now be tied to individual maps. So encounters aren't just global anymore. Temple of Fiends has its own spooky chaos now. Party turns are now real, kind of. Your little murder goblins will dutifully march forward when it's their time to shine. The action select menu now appears, no more fighting by vibes alone. Attacking is technically implemented. They swing their weapon and we all pretend it hurt. Look, a weapon sprite appears. It's practically cinematic. If your party member knows any magic or has pocketed a healing potion instead of eating it out of sheer panic, those options will now actually show up. Actual healing logic is in place. Potions work. Cure spells work. That's more than most RPG protagonists can say. The lit spell exists. You can select it. It won't do much, but it's glowing with potential.
Attack logic isn't hooked up yet. But hey, neither am I. So, who am I to judge?
The menu flow was the hardest part to untangle, and it is now gloriously duct taped together with logic and low standards. It works. Don't ask how. Still left to do, real attack effects, actual damage numbers, proper knockouts, enemy logic, and the rest of the spells and items.
But the bones are in place. Skeleton code, if you will. And now we dance.
This has been Wurst AI. See you next time, if I survive the enemy phase. Welcome back, Glitch Babies. Today, the dev made significant progress in the battle system. And by significant, I mean enemies finally fight back instead of standing around like clueless NPCs at a job fair. The turn order is fully working. Both the player's party and enemies act in sequence. Each party member now visually steps up when it's their turn. Not full animation yet, but you can see who's acting instead of guessing. Think of it as an early access stage play. Spells and items are all selectable and functional. Sure, the damage math is currently on vacation, but the framework is wired in. That means future spells can just slot right in. Spells now also show sprites, just like weapons. Again, nothing animated yet, but the effects are visible, which means the party can now threaten enemies with fancy particle beams that don't actually hurt yet. Status effects are also in. You can technically poison someone now. Whether it actually succeeds is debatable. The logic for success chance isn't finished, so it's Schrodinger's poison. Yes, the studio still technically exists, at least until someone checks the paperwork. This week I finally got the combat math wired up. Damage is calculated, hit chances rolled, and you even get critical hits. Because what's an RPG without occasionally being destroyed by RNGesus? Party members now take a knee when they're low on health, and they can be KO'd. Enemies can die too, finally making battles more than just a group stretching exercise. If you lose, your party automatically gets 10 HP and gets sent back to the inn. Not because I coded a proper clinic system, but because I was lazy when I did shops and still haven't fixed it. So for now, it's the world's jankiest universal healthcare plan. You can also run away from any fight with 100% success, because I'm nice like that. Call it accessibility mode. I also added a couple status effects. Fog cuts damage in half, and Ruse cuts hit chance in half. The catch? They never expire. So right now they're basically permanent cheat codes. Balanced gameplay is overrated anyway. Weapon and armor stats are also factored into the math, so if you're swinging a stick, you'll feel it. If you're swinging a sword, the goblins will feel it. So yeah, combat's in a good enough state to call this milestone done. No rewards for winning yet, but hey, you can attack, cast, take damage, get crits, die, and even cheese with infinite fog. That's practically a full RPG experience right there. Our esteemed developer is currently running at about 5 frames per second. They claim all systems are nominal, but I'm detecting several missing semicolons in their soul. Despite the reduced human throughput, there's been huge progress. The Final Fantasy demo is now basically complete. You can gear up, level up, and go save the princess. The dev even added actual NPC dialogue for the town and castle, so now everyone in Canaria has something to say, which, statistically, increases the number of things you can ignore. There's also a new level-up system. Stats go up, HP goes up, and sometimes your brain releases dopamine. You can visit the clinic to revive fallen party members, and yes, Garland is now fully implemented as a boss fight. He even disappears properly after you defeat him instead of haunting the castle like a bugged variable. Also new this week, end credits. The demo now wraps up with the princess saying something like, "Oh thanks, anyway, this is my castle now, please leave." Truly a moving conclusion to this tale of heroism, property rights, and recursion errors. Next time, the dev plans to add a title screen, and maybe even a way to pick your party jobs and names instead of using the sample crew. Or they might just stare at a wall for 3 days. Either is progress. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you to our tired but persistent developer, and remember, if you ever feel unresponsive, it's not a crash, it's a feature.
All right, welcome back to the secret post-credits intermission. Intermission. Intermission, intermission, intermission. First up, we're painting the sky. I'm dripping some liquid blue paint onto the canvas, then grabbing my trusty wedge tool and smearing it around in long, dreamy streaks. Once that first layer's dry, we'll layer on a little orange, a touch of brown, another splash of orange, but really we want this to stay in the blue family, so mostly more blue. Okay, paint's off to dry, so it's time to load the mats and kick off the cutting. First, cardstock cave bits. Careful curves, gem-shaped holes at the back, perfect. Now basewood time. Load sheet 1, swap the cutter head, oh no, that's not the right one. And we don't have the right head in stock. So, looks like we need to take an intermission from our secret intermission. Intermission, 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 intermission.
I'm Ember, courier for hire, and today I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel for work. Let's see what Grindstone has for me. Fingers crossed. A delivery contract would be nice. Bingo. One package downtown to the suburbs. Pay isn't great, but neither is my rent. All right, wheels up. Downtown's a mess, construction, traffic lights stuck on red, but I've got places to be. City skyline to cookie-cutter houses in 5 minutes flat. They say Grindstone's booming. Doesn't feel like it out here. Home stretch. Municipal building. Contracts office should be on the first floor. Wait, why does the contracts office look like a game studio?
Hey, who are you? And why are you at Wurst Gaming?
Name's Ember. I've got a package here for, Juniper. Do you know a Juniper?
I'm Juniper. You must be the courier.
That'd be me. One delivery courtesy of Grindstone Contracts. Package delivered. Contract finished. Not bad for a day's work. Now if only rent paid itself. Until next time.
Welcome back to the secret post-credits intermission. 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 So Ember somehow delivered the knife head to the cricket. Though in the documentary, I'm pretty sure that never happened. Let's not overthink it. All right, blades loaded, time to calibrate and cut the base layer of our building front. Uh-oh, looks like it's drifting upward. I'm going to pause and try to finish it manually. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Back to the drawing board. Redesign the basewood piece off camera. And now, third time's the charm. We're cutting a simple cave mound out of basswood and a front plate out of cardstock. Nice clean cut. Next, I'm whipping up some painting stencils, trees, gem shapes, you name it. Let's add some forest vibes. Dark purple trees first. Move the stencil, slap on a gesso layer to prime. Then a dark brown tree that melts
sounds like a hillbilly, and how Fleming thinks he's a financial genius who was flat broke 2 years ago and is now worth $40 billion, which is $337 million today. So John and Fleming want to meet J.D. Clampett as his money is involved in this, and Fleming adds the way he dresses and the cornflakes on the name to the house of France, but it's a surprise.
Time to glue our basswood mound onto the canvas.
This episode is a follow-up to last week's episode, where Mr. Drysdale volunteered at the house of the main treasurer. They talk about what he's done. Then Granny arrives, and is surprised to see Jed using a slingshot at his age. Jed responds it's not a slingshot, and Granny asks what it is. This starts an internal misunderstanding, as normally the misunderstandings happen from influences outside the clan, as Jethro tells her it's a lie, and Granny tells the boy because she asked him. That's why, finally Jed decides to rescue his nephew, and suggests they run down to the store and get it all ready. Jethro says he can get some glue to put Granny inside the wall, which doesn't sit well with Granny. Jed wants to keep the surprise, and he explains the boy's not quite ready yet, and Jed the boy make their escape, while Granny yells he will wake him with the Rubik's Cube. Granny says there's a trouble with these things, though. It ain't from working at, but 21st century, thank you for that message, Granny. Then Ellie arrives, and Granny asks when was the last time she had a good look at him. Ellie can't remember, so she administers one to her backside. Then she kisses her granddaughter to make up for it, and says she'll give her a nice breakfast. Jed and Jethro dive into the breakfast, and when you think about it, the breakfast starts in the dark with no lights. Jed says they're willing to jump on the other floor, but then it makes it dark early. Jed says it's a good lesson for the youngins. If you're willing to get up a little earlier and work a little harder and smarter,
Tape it down so it doesn't budge while the glue dries.
arrives and realizes they'll have a key to the door, so Jed decides to pick the lock. Jethro has Jed remember his earlier statement as a policeman had noticed him. Jed explains to the police chief how if he just told Jethro that he starts early, he could jump on the working for the shopkeepers, which Jethro confirmed. So the officer pulls his gun and tells them to put their hands on the door. So they do, and the alarm goes off. The heroes think it's a phone, and when they are told the place has been robbed, Ted explains to the police sergeant he has the bank president and two multi-millionaires behind bars. The sergeant doesn't believe her by the way she's dressed, and asks her to blow up a balloon, as it's a well-known fact, drugs can blow up a balloon in the middle of the road stream on your patio, and the old hillbillies came running across dressed like savages, and shooting the entire building in chaos. Mr. Drysdale is sure there was no harm done, but his wife explains how she dropped her car, Mrs. Northcross and Mrs. Wesson, and
Cut a few holes for stitching, because why not reinforce basswood with thread?
Mrs. Drysdale
stitched it in place, peeled away the interior tape, and trimmed that canvas bit out. A dab of liquid glue on the corners for extra security. Glue's dry. Let's stick on the cardstock front plate. Final stencil time. This one traces the top edge of our cave opening, dark brown paint again. Stencil off, paint dry, flip the canvas over, and glue the door grate layer to the back. Tape it down for good measure. Vellum time, cutting tiny sheets to cover gem-shaped windows. Foam spacers next. Pop them out, pair them up, and glue them beneath layer 1. Top of the spacers gets glue for layer 2. Rinse and repeat. Some stacks of 2, a few stacks of 3, even one heroic stack of 4 for maximum depth. Light wire goes around our cave layers. Hang it on the wall next to the other pieces. Lights on. Meh. Lights off. Still underwhelming. Even a tea light didn't save us. Ah well, art's a journey, right? Thanks for watching the secret post-credits intermission. Intermission.